Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our republic, building up our harbor. Is that a steam train honking? Really? I haven't heard steam trains honking before. Do they do that now? Oh my god, cool. I don't know if there was an update. I'm gonna have to look. Yes, yesterday. I guess I got an update. I don't know what the content is. There might be new stuff in it. Still has the smoke through the terrain though. No, it goes away. I guess it's just near the entrance. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Or maybe it isn't, I don't know. But apparently we have steam train sounds now. Let me check if there is a post on the forum and it's public or if it's internal. 1:12. It is not from that. I don't know. Looks like it's internal. Oh my god, I love it. Steam choo-choo's making the noise. Now I wonder what's new because I have no idea. Do a quick cursory glance, maybe. One thing we were kind of waiting for was like a different storage for dry bulk, but that's not in. Are there any new vehicles? Okay, that's gonna be a little bit hard to check. I was like thinking maybe refrigerated. No. I don't know. But let's. We'll see if we find anything else new. I don't know what to look for. Or maybe steel mill. There's an early start coal mine. Iron mine, sorry. Oh my god. This is modern industry now. It's half the size. Still the same amount of iron per workers. But yeah. Oh my god, I was hoping for one of these. So let's compare. I guess there's also a coal mine then, right? Yeah. And a different coal ore processing plant, which has 3/4 of the. Wait, 2/3 of the processing capacity of the current one. Still a chunker. Let's go to coal mine. Yeah, size-wise this is about the same. Okay, so in the future we would have to rely on different structures. And the coal mine itself is so much smaller. Oh, this is awesome. So at most this would make 420 tons, kinda easy to calculate. This one only has 100 workers. 420 tons. Which is exactly 3 of them. At 100% efficiency. But there was no different steel mill, right? No, steel mill is still the same. Okay. Okay, that was a random shot in the dark, I guess. Ooh, early start incinerator. Oh god. Low throughput early start incinerator. Oh god. I feel like another early start would look a whole lot different because, like, I mean, I guess you would just run multiples of these, but oh yeah, I guess I can't build like I can't build the incineration setup here anymore. This incinerator is yeah, it's not what we can use anymore. These ones require modern industry, and we're not really planning to go for that. Oh man, I kind of want to go for a new early start and see how it feels like with all of this stuff. These small capacity buildings is exactly what should be an early start, and that is awesome. So I guess you would have to make a decision between like a setup with multiple incinerators handling the waste. I guess it wouldn't be too much of a problem because we would just build like... Okay, first up, the efficiency is the same. 10 tons per 5 workers. This one triples it. 30 tons for 15 workers. So that is not any worse. The pollution is also almost the same, 0.6 tons more for the 3 buildings, but they... yeah, that's fine. And... okay, it has triple the energy consumption, but it's 150 kilowatts, that's fine too. Yeah, I guess instead of like... instead of running it all into a dedicated incinerator, you would run like a distribution office to bring it to like 2 or 3 of them, if the volume is necessary. But that's cool. Smaller incinerators. Yeah, I wouldn't know if any of these are new, I don't think. Maybe for the open ground summer sports facilities, because there wasn't any. Prefab fence. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. But we have one that isn't locked behind it, apparently. We have several of them. Ooh, cosmetic gravel roads. I guess they're still called gravel. They should probably be called brick. That is neat. Okay, I like that. I'm gonna write these things down because I need to probably inform some people. Cool. Yeah, asphalt plant and concrete plant we know about. Oh, different clothing factories. Same amount of workers, same amount of throughput, even less pollution. Do they take up more space than a regular standard clothing factory? They do. They do quite a bit. Alright, so another factory. Brick factory? Was that? That is new, right? I think. Yeah, new brick factory. Okay, bunch of new stuff. A new slaughterhouse that requires has like fewer workers at max capacity. That is fine. I'm thinking with all the new stuff being added, I don't know. We're technologically regressing as this run keeps going on because we're like getting our access limited more and more as the game DLC gets like new updates that like introduces new buildings that limit then the availability for more modern ones. Hello, Oprah. Welcome. But yeah, I think a new early start would be wholly different. Well, let's see if we are fine on money. I think we still have a loan to pay back, but there's not that much loan left to actually pay back, I guess. Yeah, doing this manually, not great. Let's go, I don't know, here-ish. I don't want to keep doing this. It's too much. I'll just let the loans get paid back by themselves. I thought I could accelerate it a little bit. So we're still building up the harbor. Storage is here. This is the supply warehouse. I guess there need to be limits, otherwise they could fill it up with just electronics and none of the chemicals. But the resource composition might change, so there will be a dummy resource that we can then take materials out of. So we'll do like, each gets like 20%, I think. 60 tons of chemicals, 70 tons of electronics, transported up from here into the storage. And then the trains can transport it, I think. And oh, new sounds for the rail distribution office. I think we're gonna move that extra train in with some covered hull train cars. And see if we can turn this into a harbor distribution office for resources that are imported by a harbor. So you go to the customs house, that's fluid refinery. Do that. Yeah, I mean, game is still changing. The DLC, I mean. It was an odd decision, I think, but they're handling the DLC like the Workers and Resources Early Access version. Let's get the Opeln again, I guess. 11 tons of food for 9 meters. It's the same as the Caso, but this one says it can go 90 kilometers an hour, which doesn't really make any difference, but I'll take it anyway. I'll take blue. 12 train cars. We'll attach them to one of the German locomotives, the Prussian ones, and move that locomotive, including the train cars, into that rail distribution. And then repurpose it. Oh my god, these steam sounds are amazing. Are they getting quieter? Yes, good. Then they won't get annoying. Well, alcohol is being delivered, so maybe we need to increase the storage capacity. So that the warning messages don't happen. Yeah. Let's try and make the warning messages go away. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, all train cars. Excellent. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame that the smoke stops when the trains stop, but I guess that's an engine limitation. Can't have everything. Alright, and we'll move that train to the rail distribution office. Lots of carry capacity at that point. I'll probably like use 3 train cars at most. Hopefully all of those 10 train cars can fit in here. We will see. But it's going to be fluids and harbor. Actually, it's just going to be harbor. Fluids, goods, there. Another epidemic. Sure. The road is almost done in the tunnel. By that I mean the tunnel is done, which took up most of the time, and they're working on the road now. Distribution office for the harbor also getting finished up. This one is harbor internal for carrying resources from the arrival from the ports themselves up to the train stations. If there isn't enough space for the train cars, then we have to pick up some of the fluid wagons and move them out of here, which isn't a problem, I don't think. But yeah, looks like more stuff. We could get rid of the meat warnings by attaching a refrigerated storage here, I guess. The other alternative would be to have a large refrigerated truck running a loop in the city and constantly supplying, so there's less of a chance for that warning message to appear. Another refrigerated truck should be getting dispatched already. Yeah, it's already heading here. Yeah, a new start in this DLC would be wholly more difficult and different for all of the things will have changed, what we can use, etc. Okay, that's a lot of construction waste now. At least we don't have to deal with the waste inside the harbor. in the refinery. Whatever is being produced here is handled locally. Let me know when the tunnel is done. And at that point the distribution office is probably also completed. And we can then set the distribution office to have the appropriate vehicles and its tasks, which is just load from these 4 and unload into these 2. I guess we still have to wait for the second storage, but that's the basic premise here. I don't know if the radius for the small mine is the same. It should have a smaller radius, right? If it has the same radius as this one, we can still copy it, but we can see the radius. It's about from here to the center of the mine, which is 150 meters-ish. Say 140. What do the other mine have? What does the other mine have? We can go to development. Okay, I don't know if the iron and coal mine are the same. Because if they have a smaller radius, you might be able to plop more of these in a location. So I guess we'll find out. Is there an area where I can just plop one without terraforming? Probably near our initial settlement, somewhere here. That'll do. So, radius about here. Same radius. So you do lose a lot of efficiency, pretty much half the efficiency, by just having the smaller mines. Because you can only employ half the amount of workers in there, even less for the coal mine. But that's a good compromise, I think. They have the same efficiency per worker, you just don't get as much. You need more modern mines. That's good. That is a worthwhile upgrade to make, and not too difficult. There was an update. Let's see if the train bridge got fixed. No, it's still the same pillar width. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it's still the same. Okay. So that's still there. Aggregate loading and unloading is new, I think. I like it. That's neat. Yeah, that is definitely new, otherwise I wouldn't have built our mines with the other setups. Is there fluid loading? No. No new one in that case. I like it. Ton of chemicals. What's the problem here? Probably workers in the iron mine. Wait. Wait, what? You had a warning message for me that you were out of iron. Oh, for the iron isn't getting delivered. So yeah, it should be in the iron mine. Not enough production here. All the trains are stuck. I don't see either train, so they're probably arriving at the same time and they've like not spread out nicely enough. Could have more workers here, I guess. The iron ore isn't piling up yet. I think we're gonna bring in some more workers up here by mandating some of the houses to send more workers up that way. Ah, you're fine, temperature-wise. Alright, just make sure to not send highly educated workers there. Then it'll be fine. That's another 72 workers, 25 per shift. Let's reduce worker counts in some buildings to make sure they aren't too far over capacity. A little bit of a heating issue here. I don't think I had a heating plant in the middle of this city, which is something we could make happen. Because it kind of makes sense now that we know that one heating plant is fine. I could rework this and put a small heating plant back into the city. Especially since we don't really using the party HQ. That is probably gonna get destroyed. And I don't know if there's room for a small heating plant then. Oh, there's clearly room for a small heating plant then. That would help. We'll do that. There should be no road connection. I think there's one. Oh no, that's a footpath. Get rid of that too. Let me know when that is done. It's gonna take a while. Construction waste has to be driven up to the coal mine. The iron mine. That's fine. Should get a couple more workers here now. But yeah, it's not a huge issue. Just a little bit reduced steel production. That's fine. And yeah, both trains were able to unload, it looks like. Or maybe one was able to unload. This has not enough capacity to unload both, I don't think. 1,800 tons, yeah. One of them is transporting iron here right now. Seems to have gotten repaired recently, 8 and 10%. Been working for 52 years, both of them. Doing good work here. Distribution office, ready. Let's get the vehicles prepared. Covered hull, trucks, and we need large capacity. I'm not sure if I'm willing to spend 2.5 million per vehicle to get 3.8 tons versus... Never mind, these even have larger capacity. We're gonna go for the MAZ 200. They're gonna work in the harbor and they're gonna get navy blue. And your task is loading from all of these and dumping it into the supply harbors. Based on the storage amounts we set. And then the trains are allowed to pick up from here. Instead of from the train station in Donetity. That way, we can let the chemicals and the electronics here run out. Or we'll probably move them back over to the distribution warehouse. And just use this again for food only. Yeah. And we'll have a dedicated warehouse for that purpose inside the harbor. Protected by a nearby fire station that occasionally gets some workers by tram. What's going on? Where are the trams? Wait, is it... It might be an issue with the way the tram line is set up that the... I think I would like the variable line spacing one to be at the end of the line, and then we have the one that only takes a second to be the first stop. Something like that. Maybe then the line spacing is going to work better, because now variable time is at the end. It shouldn't make a difference because it's all on the same line, but it might prioritize the actual line spacing based on the last end station, because they seem to be arriving here relatively infrequently, but maybe there was a traffic jam. Sure, send construction workers here if you want. Tunnel is paving, not far off completion. Once the warehouse is done, I think they will send construction workers its way after. This one just needs one, maybe two more brick deliveries and it can get built up and it'll be done. Maybe we'll put on a building of spirituality. Temperature low. It's minus 34 and the sports hall is struggling. What the hell? Why are you struggling? Are you on maintenance? No. Have you always had that issue? Minus 37 now. Still at 14 degrees. 33 now. Huh. I mean, it's not that bad, I guess. It just creates some health issues for the visitors. And healthcare is not bad in the city. They have plenty of capacity, I think. But it's worrying. I don't know if we had another connection for heating available. We did not. I guess the heat exchangers are somewhat far away. 167 meters. They look closer than they actually are because it always calculates from the center, so not ideal. I wonder if I can get rid of this one. I shouldn't. I've actually built this way here with that purpose. Maybe I can get a heating pipe from the second heating plant up to this way, because there's supposed to be housing going along this road. And I don't think we will need more than 3 heating connections in this area. We'll have 1 left. Oh no, never mind, there might be more. Because there was supposed to be housing up here. And, well, we have 1 more heating connection up this way, and then 1, 2, maybe 3, depending on what the pollution is going to look like. Means we need another heating plant that deals with the heating for whatever gets built here, I guess. We might get rid of this hill, I'm not sure. Not of the whole slope, but just this hill. Make it like either some elevated housing with a footpath down to a tram stop. I didn't want to have housing here. There's no tram stop in the area, just where the rail distribution office currently is. Up to that point could be housing, depending on pollution levels, of course. Okay, nah, that would be too close. So I guess we are limited to here. It's fine. I'm thinking of relocating the rail distribution office down this way, or maybe up on this area, like I said. Go into the mountain, tunnel down, then, I don't know, come out here, go into the train tracks. Or maybe on this side, but I think that would be too small. Way too small. Tunnel is done. And the last building has also been built. This will just be grain for now, because we don't have a purpose for that warehouse yet. Everything should go through one of them for the moment. Limited by resource type. And the distribution is handled by you. And you were able to dump all of the train cars in here, which is good. So we'll pick up chemicals and electronics from this warehouse now. Meaning that the distribution from this area will be made obsolete. We'll let it run out, basically. You can bring resources for yourself for now, but that will also get taken over by the other rail distribution office. I guess you are going to be unemployed for now. I just have to wait for the other trucks to get here. And then I have to assign the delivery locations, because we'll have chemicals and electronics making their way over to this side. Over to Sovskoy and over to Bugodonsk. So our fluids distribution office now also handles chemicals and electronics. We're not producing those ourselves, we're just going to import them. Machine replacement for the meat production. I'm going to increase the amount of workers here by 5, so when they come back they can start producing meat a little bit more quickly. Other than that, everything is in order. I like hearing the steam locomotives in the background. That's a very, very good addition. No more workers in the rail construction office for now. Vehicles have arrived, but they're out of fuel, so I guess we'll build a gas station here too. In the meantime, we'll bring them some fuel directly by distribution office. Let me know when that is done. Fuel distribution office. Bring it directly to the building once, and then yeah, we'll just switch over to the gas station after that. You can fill up that building as much as possible, because I will remove it after you. Well, 3 trucks should be enough. Yeah, that's 18 tons. It's gonna last for a while. Chemical exports also have to be relocated, because we will have a separate warehouse now. They have to go to a different train station. There's not going to be any export happening from there anymore. Exports also happen from the distribution here, where we are loading specific resources if these warehouses fill up too much. There's more than 90% of resources in either warehouse currently set to chemicals only. We're not exporting electronics. Then they should perform an export. And after the fuel gets delivered, this should spring to life. I'll transport the chemicals and electronics up to the new warehouses. Everything will be fine. Over on this side we can start removing the rest of the road, but I'll wait until the demolition office storage has been emptied out. A little bit more than it currently is. Struggling a bit much. I could set up a waste storage that is rail connected and then dump all the waste from here. Well, the mixed waste at least into that storage, but I think the majority of waste is actually construction waste currently. I guess it'll be fine. Transporting some chemicals. How many wagons did you take for that? What the hell? Were you able to unload all the wagons? Or yeah. That seemed like an excessive amount for that little amount of chemical pickup. But yeah, very good production already. Getting close to half capacity from the oil refinery. So I don't think that's going to be a problem for us anymore, money-wise. Like I said, profits are quite high. I did spend a lot of money recently. But we're still in the green. Yeah, I think I'm gonna remove this footpath here. I will place a new one that goes along the slope of the mountain sideways. And that way, just for cosmetic reasons, it won't be visible to the people driving into the city as much when they come in from the main road. It's not going to be a huge dirt footpath on this side. It's going to be a little bit off to the side. We might make it 3 resources per warehouse. Chemicals, electronics, and then a third resource to be determined at some point. Currently held by crops, because that's nothing we should have here. I'm thinking of a steam whistle that they could use when a passenger train leaves the station, but that might get quite loud. Like the whistle of like the person making sure everyone has entered just as the train leaves. Could be cool, but maybe it's too fast-paced for that. I could have the rail distribution office up here, make it go into the mountain. And then coming out on the other side, somewhere over here. I need to relocate that thing. I don't like it going over the road. And it was supposed to be temporary. That was the other thing. Would be quite close to certain buildings, but I don't think that would be an issue. Okay, I think I'm gonna run a small heating pipe to bring some extra heating towards this area once the rail distribution office has been relocated. just going to be the replacement for this rail distribution office. Same function, same tasks, just in a permanent location now. We'll need coal delivery, and we'll need electricity and a water hookup. I could run a water pipe from our pump over here all the way, which I guess is what I'll do, because we don't need anything extra. No, I think I'll make a separate connection. I've changed my mind. Although it's gonna be a pain to hook that up here. Okay, just small water pump. And yeah, pumping it into the building, no problem. Okay. Wait. There's new sewage pipes. There's brick-based sewage pipes now. Cool. Another change. That'll bring water in. And then we just need to hook up the coal delivery. And of course all the train tracks. Which will go into this mountain. It'll go underground, come out on this side, we'll flatten and exit. And that's gonna be an issue with the coal delivery to the station if I do that. Maybe I'll come out on this side first. I mean, it wouldn't be an issue because the train could leave this way and do a... No, it can't do a loop here. I did not give it an option to do a loop. Okay, we'll come out this way then. Tried the Siberia game once, can't do it. Hello 902010 owned, 90221 owned, welcome. If you could find a way to make the snow not so blinding. Oh yeah, that's, I mean it works if you're not close to the water, then it kinda does, but as soon as you get to the water, the reflection of the snow gets really aggressive. That I agree. What the hell, game? Go here. Alright, there we go. Nice wide turn. Oh, because it's not actually lined up. I mean, it's still okay, I think. If that's going to work, we're just gonna cut the tunnel in half here and then run it to the line. There. Pretty tunnel. It's also going to be a test tunnel to see if the smoke goes through the ground, but yeah, we'll have a tunnel. Hello Burns, welcome. We don't... well, we should make a way to allow the track to be switched, I guess, just in case we get a delivery here. And then have it both directions, that's fine. And there's room for a signal in here. And we'll split up the tunnel later into signaled sections. Okay, guess we'll build that. That mixed signal needs to move at that point. Okay. I think that should work. 40 workers, rail construction office with tunnel boring machine. We should be alright. Okay, one extra worker in the slaughterhouse, apparently. Oh, there's machine replacement in progress, never mind. I guess that explains it. Sure. Yeah, we can go here. The only place it can't go is into this area for the passenger station. Wireframe makes the snow 20 times worse. Yeah, I don't use the wireframe. I'm good. I agree with that. Might have been a reason why I haven't been building on a wireframe in a long time. Okay, and traffic signs. Removal of waste looks a bit better, so I guess I'll remove this road now. Sure. Should be able to do that in one go, but I guess we'll have 2 demolition tasks. And we'll build the extension of the footpath at a later time. It's not urgent. This road now needs to be removed too. That's gonna be a lot of waste. Hello, Pilsbear. Welcome. Steam locomotives do run with a fire. Thank you for bringing me an extra piece of fire. Should be an export train heading this way, I think. Unless they're all busy. You're not busy. You're not busy. I should make a dedicated export warehouse. I should make this one have capacity for the export goods. And then we don't export from the domestic storage, we export from the other one. Well, let's wait until this one has run empty, I think. Actually, we'll probably just transport all the materials over by truck again. So... oh, the export is not assigned here anymore either. Okay. I guess we didn't assign the correct one. Okay, this one needs to be unassigned. This one is correct. Chemicals... I guess we weren't really planning on exporting electronics. So it's just gonna be chemicals for now. Maybe we'll do like the 1/3 rule again. 1/3 chemicals. Export chemicals from here if there's more than 50% chemicals. And you can bring it to the border. The harbor distribution office may only pick up from this one, not the second one. The other one is just export. Chemicals and electronics, yeah. Fill this one to 90%. And you will help get the chemicals and electronics out of that warehouse and distribute it evenly between these two. Hi, did you build the oil power plant? No, not yet. We're still removing roads. It is on the agenda. It has been researched. Or it is in the process of being researched. No, it is available. We can build it. We can set up the permanent storages for cow plant? No cow plant. No cow plant. I'm not gonna make a bio-waste incineration building, because these would require us to have modern industry, I think. It requires energy from waste. Okay, that's not modern industry. Energy from waste is available when? 1959. Technically pre-1960, so technically allowed. But no, we're not going for that. I don't think. Sorry. Siberia is not really a way to try and do that. I mean, I guess importing crops and making cows works on any map, no problem. But it's not the right place. It's not the place and time to do that. There is some elevation difference to this harbor, for sure. When you look at it from an angle, it's like, why didn't you just draw the road up here? Well, it's a bit steep. We'll build up our heating plant in the middle of the city. That is going to run with only a single worker, which, as we've learned in Sovskoy is safe. I want to rebuild this footpath. Maybe not the whole of that footpath, just up to here. Okay, another 5 workers. Work on that livestock slaughtering. Why aren't you pulling out the livestock from within this building? Oh, it's just that slow. Okay. Well, I guess we get 1 extra worker in the slaughterhouse. That should increase that to acceptable speed. At least it won't run full anymore. Oh, apparently the road getting removed here, game didn't like. Where? But the demolition is done. We can flatten the terrain. We'll have like an incoming storage tank with maybe a pump after. I mean, I could split it. I definitely need a storage and another pump because I built the wrong pump here. Or I could replace this pump with a splitter pump, but I think another storage is fine. So that one would connect to the current pipe once we demolish a part of it. This one connects to the pumping station. Then we have a storage tank for the refinery and a storage tank for the power plant. And I will set up a pump here, just to also use the internal storage of the power plant. Not strictly necessary, but we'll do it. And I don't think more than one storage tank is going to be necessary for this. This will give priority to this building. I still need the storage tank, which would happen after. Not yet. Oh, maybe I'll build it like this. And then the storage tank to the side. Somewhat like this, I guess. I'll probably use a road connection past the storage tanks to go to the refinery instead. Okay, that's the distribution of fluid for the power plant here. That's unfortunate. Then I guess there would be another oil tank that will then head into the refinery. Or multiple. I'm gonna move this tank back a bit back. I want to connect it to this side. Otherwise it's gonna look... Oh, god damn it. Game, why did you draw... Oh god. All my construction tasks are being demolished. What did you do, game? I don't know how far this reaching this is. It's okay, we're gonna load a save. I don't know what it all impacted, but it's all of the oil field. Do we have any other oil pipes somewhere? I don't remember. Oh yeah, it's even up here. Okay, nope, screw this. I'm not dealing with this. Not my fault. That is, that's horrible. I don't know how that happened. It dragged the demolition task over the whole map. Thankfully it just autosaved. Maybe it was because of the autosave. But I don't know. Oh yeah, we'll do this. That should work well too. Oh, it's still doing this. Okay, build it here-ish then, and test the pipe first. Good. I don't like that junction. Alright, that'll work. That's the oil connection to the tanks. We'll have another pump and then I'll bring it back to the refinery, merging these two. We'll give it a little bit of extra storage capacity. Coal distribution into the new heating plant will be handled by the local coal distribution office. And that should alleviate some heating concerns here. Don't have to do anything else, other than set the checkboxes correctly. Should only run below 0 degrees. That should be good. And hopefully it's not going to cause too much pollution. There's clothing factories quite nearby, but I hope it'll be fine. There's no rail construction that has started yet. It's the search range, isn't it? Yep, search range, there you go. Oh, they have a different whistle. Nice. I love it. We'll set up a third storage tank, which is going to be for the train unloading only. So the train will have like a storage tank somewhere where this storage tank currently is, and that will be hooked up to the train unloading facility, and all 3 tanks will go into the oil refinery through a pump. Okay, guess we'll build that up. Maybe it has drinking water and sewage. Electricity it'll make. Once the storage tanks are hooked up, we'll demolish part of this pipe and hook it up to the new pump. To the new storage tank, I mean. And yeah. And then the oil can go flow in here, as we also rework the connection from this pump to the refinery itself. So the refinery will stop working for some moment. But like I said, financially. No more issues. Everything is now very good. The chemical imports and the electronic imports taken away from the east, transferred to the west, have done their job. And then the fuel exports to the west are taken care of. Making sure we can pay for those imports. Building is without drinking water. Yeah, we might have to run running water here soon with that many workers. Because the building can't draw enough drinking water from the substations without them being pressurized, I don't think. It's currently full. Well, I have multiple substations, but I think it's gonna have to be running water. Sure, that'll work. I'll get most things built. Guess I can also hook this up. And the footpath. Well, you need more pump jacks? Probably, yeah. But we still have the train delivery. That is also still a thing, and I could increase its amount. The delivered train is not going into the power plant, it's just going into the refinery. Hello, Shaoyashu. Welcome. We've played 104 years on this save. The save is, I think, the longest one I've played. Like, Mega City 1 was like 56? No, I think the longest one was 105 years. I think I played to 2065 at one point. But yeah. This is excellent. Why are these not getting filled right now? High and medium. There's no fuel being stored here. It's all going into the ship. Low priority is this one, which is the storage for fuel that then goes into the ship. These ones are only hooked up to the trains, right? Wait, did I make a connection here? No, that's fuel. Twice, these two. And then bitumen incoming. And then outgoing, fuel, fuel, bitumen on these sides. So the prioritization seems to not work right now. Maybe it's a loading issue. Maybe if I move this ship away it'll work. Maybe if I reset the prioritization on these. What happens if I take the prioritization away? The source is not sending any resource. Wait, why are you not sending any resource? Oh, I think I know what's going on. Wait. You're sending the fuel. There's fuel in here. There's not supposed to be fuel in there. Oh, I switched both of them to fuel. Right. Yeah, we can't make that. This has to be... This has to be bitumen again. Get rid of this. Turn it bitumen. I think that's the one that was wrong. Yep, then the other pump was drawing all the fuel and not sending it to our domestic storage. We have 2,122 right now. I believe it. But yeah, I restart quite often, I guess. But yeah, new computer. Game runs a lot better. My Mega City 1 runs 40 FPS now. So I wonder what one of your saves would run like on my new system. That would be interesting. Maybe I'll get to such a player count at some point. But definitely not on Siberia. Definitely not here. Rail distribution office. I wanted the coal distribution office. There. Should have water. It has water. And I guess now we just wait for the tunnel to get built, which is good. A little bit odd. Okay. Remains to be seen what can be done with the new cosmetic ground textures. Why are you still trying to deliver chemicals here? This thing is already full. That's odd. Not sure why they try that right now. Maybe because a locomotive has been sent here that is going to pick up chemicals, so they know that there's going to be more room, so they have already been dispatched. But the train is not here yet because it's not being sent out from the distribution office. It has been sent out from its previous task. I guess that must be the reason. And what's up with, like, the bitumen delivery here? Why are you not making any delivery? The asphalt plant can't produce gravel. Okay. Missing resource, gravel. No quarried stone. Oh, the other excavator has died. Alright. New excavator. Brand new excavator, I think. I don't think... Well, I still have some, but they're mostly for terraforming. Yeah, these are also already quite old. So, we'll give it a brand new excavator. Still has to be an early start one. Go deliver some aggregate, some gravel. Okay. And that's why no road is being built right now, so we'll have to wait for the gravel to make its way over here. And now they started driving out for gravel too. Even for asphalt, even though it doesn't work right now, because they know that gravel is on its way here now. This is, they made a lot of, like... I feel like they made a lot of smart predictions happen for facilities like that. I've run out of iron again. This time both trains are still parked here. That's fewer workers than before. Did my heating plant murder everyone? Not yet, it's not cold right now. I'll reduce the amount of workers in the police station. See if we can get some more people to make their way back into the mine. Something seems different with the iron production this time. Let's make sure that the iron mine is still the way it was before. Yes, it can take 250 workers. Seems normal. I'm gonna reduce the amount of workers in one of the two clothing factories down to half. Fabric deliveries here aren't fast enough. Should give 40 more workers for the iron mine. We only really want to produce enough clothing for domestic self-sufficiency. I don't need any more than that. That should help with the construction. Now the construction trains can be there and not disturb the junction too much. Gravel delivery has arrived, so they can keep building now, for as long as it lasts at least. Is there already a... Well, I guess the city exit sign is here already. I'll put it there and get rid of this one. Relocate a speed sign, speed zone here, 40 kilometers an hour. And back out of gravel. I could run some imports right now. I have not set up a huge amount of gravel production. I mean, I have set up gravel production usually for each asphalt and concrete plant right where they're being used, except for the one in Dunetiti where I thought like, oh yeah, we can pick up from other production areas and just transport it there. It'll be fine. We don't need a production area everywhere anymore. It was a lot more reliable, but yeah. Does the city sign have any impact in the traffic, or is it purely cosmetical? City sign limits speed maximum to 60. So it does have a speed impact. It's like a speed zone. But you can have a speed zone within a city limit. I think you can't have a speed zone within another speed zone. I haven't tried that yet, I guess. I think the signs would get confused. Yeah, doesn't work. But you can have a city zone and then a speed limit within that city zone, basically. It also changes the display on how the priority roads look. If you have a junction outside the city, they get that like, next crossing you have the right of way sign. But within a city, you get the yellow, white and yellow priority sign. So that's the difference. Changes the traffic signs too, which is mostly cosmetic. But this is only cosmetical. Wait. You can play the whistle sound per train. Okay. It's gonna be nice having the permanent rail distribution office, I think. Opening up this area can flatten the terrain all the way up to the road. Maybe make a decision on what to have on the hill. Probably nothing. I don't want to build too close to the oil field because of the pollution. Maybe an observation tower, if it's within the range of the tram stop. I doubt it though. Yeah, that's not in range. But I guess we could have one from this stop all the way to the top. Alright, go pick up that other tram. Yeah, the customs house. It'll be fine. So this could have more trains running. 3 of them are currently not running. Coal is not the issue, there's just not enough work right now, which is fine. Domestic distribution storage just need to give us a warning message if they run out. So this is supply. And this is not going to be supply, this is now export. And this does not need to give us a warning if it runs out. Does it work? Can trains make their way through here and export, or is it not possible to run through this? I think I have seen a train run through it. Minimum count of wagons 5, that might be the issue. Maybe. Shouldn't be. These wagons do not have that much carry capacity. 6.6 tons, yeah, 5 wagons is fine. Or can they not pass through themselves? Is this a mistake? I thought it would work fine. Oh yeah. They can do that. I'm wondering why they're not... Oh, these are not the exporters. Never mind. The export distribution office is a different one. And that one is still busy with exporting lumber every now and then. Maybe this one also needs some extra train cars for covered hull goods. Looks like it. We'll try and drop a bunch more in there so that our chemical export keeps working. If that hasn't been working all this time and we still made that much money, then yeah, we're good. Everything else would just be extra money on top. Purchase cargo wagons. The open. 10 of them. We'll hook them up to the train, unload them into the distribution office for export and see if it then works better. Can we do a quick upgrade on gravel here? You know what? You can have the stop to the export distribution office. Also, there's a blue one in there. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I guess I bought 11 last time. There's also... Oh yeah, the tram is also there. Oh, did the other train already arrive? It might bring the other wagon over there. The one that I told to pick up the tram. That would be unfortunate. Cargo wagon. And once more. pick up the other cargo wagons too. Before the train gets here to pick up the tram. There. Correct setting now. Missing steel. We haven't had iron for so long that we actually ran out of steel. What's going on here? I think I'm going to send all of these workers up to the steel, to the iron mine now. $50 extra workers. Where are they all going? I guess they're going to this bus stop here to make sure that we can run the waste incineration facilities. Yeah, you have to send some people to the iron mine. Don't deprioritize the iron mine. That might have been the reason we sent them just everywhere else. We can drive again soon once we finish the gravel road. Shouldn't take too long, I hope. Must have bought 12 then. Okay, you bring them to the export distribution office. Unload train cars and go back to the depot. Then maybe we'll bring the other 2 train cars to the domestic distribution office for fluids and other resources from the harbor. Tunnel boring machines are now busy. They should start exporting chemicals as soon as we have the extra wagons arrive at the export office. I'm not going to run the export of chemicals and electronics permanently, only to pay back the loan basically, because we don't need to have a huge amount of rubles in our financial reserve. Why doesn't it list the other train here? It only shows the coal train right now, even though the gravel train is on its way to the station right now. $300 tons of gravel worth 470,000 rubles. Lovely. Or a little bit, couple US dollars. Now we're getting a chemical export. And the trucks have already been dispatched. It's going to take a while for the trains to get here, so the trucks are going to circle the warehouse again. The game trying to predict resources now will help with like short distance logistics, but like in this case it just means the trucks will drive in a circle until the train gets here. Which could be bad if a fire truck has to be dispatched. I don't know. Still doesn't list the gravel train here, even though it's arriving right now. Maybe it doesn't list trains that have a line assigned to them. I thought it would list them too. I should finish the road construction. Groundwork construction will have to start, which also needs a ton of gravel and concrete and other resources that will have to be made. So we will need more gravel. I could make a storage here for gravel, and then a loading station, and hook this up as another gravel supply for the rail network. Switch over to a distribution office. Oh. Probably would have to move the construction office temporarily. How are the pipe constructions? I guess they're also waiting on resource deliveries. Yeah, the groundworks all waiting on more gravel. At least the road constructions are finishing up, so good progress. Okay, we should be able to make that connection to the train station again. Should we? That was not connected. Maybe. I guess we can make that pipeline connection. That'll be alright. Will be the new delivery pipeline for the oil import by train. These are not overlapping the way they're supposed to. There. That makes more sense. With the extra workers in the refinery, we're running our oil supply dry, but once we start hooking up everything through a pump, there's always going to be a train running and bringing oil here from the other 6 pump jacks, so that delivery right now is not running at full capacity yet. We already have a ton of oil ready. That will start running really well once we have the second pipe and oil storage tank hooked up. At which point we can phase out the other one. Travel already out again. It's a long delivery. It hasn't been running for a while, so we couldn't build up 1,000 tons into the storage before we started actually sending out the construction order. But I could be running import of gravel until we're done. But then again, this is almost like full again, so... Okay, how many people are dead next to the heating plant now? Not that many. Life expectancy is still over 75, we're already at minus 20 degrees. It is dropping a little bit, but that was expected and acceptable. So that single heating plant will stabilize the heating for everyone in the city by reducing the demand put on the main power plant the main heating plant. So it's going to help through the coldest parts of the year. It starts preheating at 0 degrees, and then when it hits minus 30 or less, it should be ready. It's gonna be a bunch more gravel necessary to actually finish the power plant, but yeah, the whole plan here should bring it to life. $2,000 work days of construction work on the tunnel, most of it being spent bringing bricks to the area, building the inside of the tunnel, and then laying the track will not take that much time after. Oh, what the hell was that? Wait, did they change the starting sound of the train? I think they don't run full speed at the start anymore when they launch. Or maybe I didn't hear it correctly, but we gotta check that. Where is the train? That one. I get to the station and then check. Oh, let's see. Still sounds odd. But no, I think maybe that was something else. I don't know. It's definitely not that like full speed running sound that it had like previously, where it sounded like it was doing a burnout. So that's good. Finish the incoming storage tank, please. Also kind of important. More gravel, very good. 17,000 US dollars or 470,000 rubles. Still with the occasional meat deliveries lagging behind every now and then. The storage itself has plenty. It's just a little bit of a transport route to the store. Looks like another chemical export train is about to arrive because the trucks are going crazy. I don't think that was in previous versions. I think that got introduced now. Well, there you go, that was the export train. Those weirdo trucks. This warehouse still hasn't been emptied out yet. Wait, what am I doing here? There's 3... Okay, this is not just exclusively train, this is also from the... What is this? This is... I wanted to make a dedicated storage, didn't I? I don't remember. Oil comes in here for the... Okay, this is the storage tank that goes into the oil refinery. And there we accept train deliveries if the deliveries from the oil field are insufficient. We do not have a dedicated storage tank planned at the moment, but that can still happen. With the previous connection making its way up here into a dedicated storage tank that then drops off directly into the refinery itself. And out of gravel again. Waiting on gravel again. The repair station should have range to the quarry, but yeah, at some point the excavator just can't be repaired anymore, because this thing works 24/7 if there's enough trucks around. Let me get another large dump truck. I'll tell this one to pick up from the other gravel processing plant and dumping into, I guess, the storage? I don't know if I can dump it. I shouldn't be picking up here. From here, I don't know if I can dump it there and it'll drop it into the storage. I guess we'll have to see. That's what you are going to run now. And hopefully it'll work. If not, it has to drive way too far to get to this place. It has to do like a 360. But yeah, anything to have a little bit more gravel throughput, I think. I'm gonna leave the minimap open, I think. Oh, well, I'm gonna use it to navigate. It's gonna be easier than scrolling. So, these roads need asphalt, which means we need gravel. The vehicles are probably going crazy already. Not yet. I guess the train hasn't been dispatched yet. But yeah, if I start this train up now, it's going to... all the vehicles will think, oh yeah, gravel's arriving, we can go now, I think. At least that's how it seemed like it was going. Not yet. Gas power plant needs so much concrete. I'll need a bunch more gravel, but that's okay. We can make that. Everything has electricity to feed into the gas power plant. The initial supply of oil, and then yeah, it's gonna feed itself, even if the other outside areas were disconnected from a dedicated power. The power lines still need to be built too, but that is just power connections into the existing power network. We have a transformer here for that. It's going to be underground wires too. I'll leave the middle one open if the power line needs to go out of here. And that would be its connection. Changed my mind. It's going to be the outside connection if it has to leave the area. quite sure why the sewage pipe is in the way there. It's all gonna be a little bit too narrow to fit the wires in comfortably, so what are we gonna do? I guess this is what we're gonna do. I'll bring all the electricity out of the power plant into our network. Limited to, I guess, currently 13 megawatts. Or 12 megawatts. But that should be okay. Can make 17, so yeah. I mean, it was doing predictive, like, deliveries before, but only between the distribution offices themselves. And it didn't know when the resource was going to be picked up, so it would only start delivering new items once the storage actually has emptied out. But yeah, that behavior seems new. Once the other pipeline is done to the train station, the train's being told to deliver being able to. No, they have like a delivery of like 10% to this station, which is going to go up because yeah, we'll have a new storage tank. They were previously only delivering into the refinery, so they would only deliver if less than 45 tons was in there, and that will change. We need to stop deliveries. I need to just make this food. Otherwise, when they deliver chemicals and electronics here again by train, it's gonna fill this warehouse up again, so it's a vicious cycle. I need to prevent new resources from entering that warehouse. But I can't take off the factory connection because they still need to deliver food there. But it's only a delivery, it's not a pickup anymore, because we're emptying it out by truck. Yep. Should be getting deliveries here as soon as the pipeline is done. I think I'll take off the other pipeline now, so we can hook up the output from this pump to the first connection, and then the second connection might be a dedicated train delivery of oil setup. Because I assume this tank would like always be full with oil from the oil field. And the whole pipeline is also not strictly necessary, but it'll be built. Should be hooked up to the correct input/output. We have one incoming, a second incoming, and one output, and then a second output that is not used. So it should be right. Once we get rid of this tank, yeah, we might consider building a second one. Not a huge problem. Could also then hook up to this, but I think hooking it up directly to the refinery would be okay. It is going to take a while. But the relocation of the temporary distribution office into the permanent location is the right choice. And the place is pretty good. Could have held more like commercial items, but I don't think it's gonna be a bad place for it. Yeah, we're not really getting the iron workers here anymore. This one already has low temperature at 30 degrees, which is not ideal. I guess I could build a small heating plant up there too, but that one would probably be way too close to the existing one at the lower area. I usually currently try to keep it at like 500 meters distance between the heating plants, which seems to be safe pollution-wise as long as there's no other pollution nearby. That would not really heat up this one. Nor would it get any workers, because it would be too far away for them to walk there, I think. Needs that extra gravel delivery. Need a lot more. Nope. Apparently someone's in the tunnel. We're about to see construction sector density. Or like, well, the oil field to the right. get back to it. Maybe the construction offices aren't affected. Maybe I had some distribution offices trying to pick up gravel. Oh yeah, let's check on the other dump truck and see if that works. If it can unload gravel into the other processing plant. I don't think so. But, oh, it looks like it can. That's cool. That is doubling our efficiency here making gravel. Well, not doubling, because a lot of the trucks that... Yes, it works. A lot of the trucks that were bringing quarried stone here were testing this building first and then driving it over, but it's not exclusive. At least we're waiting on quarried stone for all of them now. We have a large truck that is set to wait until unloaded, and then we have some other trucks that are always running without waiting until unloaded, because this processing plant should always run. There's even enough gravel right now to load the train fully already, so at least the train when it comes back doesn't have to wait like last time. So gravel delivery should be a little bit faster now. I'll run it in at an angled direction. I think that looked pretty good. Something like that. It's okay. So, we have oil being delivered here now by train. No, not yet. Still waiting on the other pipeline. That is still the old storage tank. This one needs a little bit more gravel to finish the digging. No. It is being built now. Steel and mechanical components. Once that is done, we can take off this pipeline and wait for the new input to be hooked up. This should be higher priority. I mean, everything pretty much has to be built, I think. Gas power plant can have lowest priority. Because it's an extra. Making sure the power supply in our republic is a whole lot more reliable than before. So many mechanical components. Yep, export office is just too busy. What if it does do a mechanical component export and has all the train cars that we bought available for that? I can do a lot of them. Explains why we have so many rubles, I guess. I assume we are exporting quite a few of them. 374 tons last year. But chemicals are making more money. Wires technically also don't have the highest priority. I know they're quick to build once they have the gravel. But they can wait like the power plant pretty much. And then the last wire, if we should go past this area, would just run alongside the road here. Down this way and wherever the tunnels would lead them. Out of electronics, huh? That shouldn't really happen. Is the warehouse out? Yes. Yes, it is. We will need to deliver some more electronics here. Apparently our 5 train car limit is now a little bit too high, so we'll just increase the storage amount here and then it can do the deliveries again. That'll be fine. So we have 110 million rubles more than we still owe in loans. The loans are going to be paid back in a year and a month. Slightly over. Could pay them back manually, but would be a lot of clicking, 10 pages. And then there's no loan in US currency, so the money we have in that currency is just cash that we have. So there's no more financial strain at all. Why aren't you getting repaired? Oh boy. Donut City Rail Distribution Office. You should repair locomotives. And you will need some trucks to actually repair the locomotives that are then not going to be next to the maintenance building anymore. That poor locomotive. All of these locomotives, these poor locomotives. Well, at least you made it back. Up to 22 workers in the locomotive to repair it. It is severely broken. But with consistent maintenance now, hopefully, maybe it'll come back. forgot to turn on train repairs, I guess. We also have another repair station over here that can also help with train repairs now. I'm gonna cancel this and restart it. That way the excavators will go to other construction sites right now, which have a higher priority. And they can finish the groundwork after all the other groundworks are done. Okay, 1 and 2 have priority, 4 does not have priority anymore. Keeping the inner loop going, whereas the trams returning from the harbor can wait a little bit, letting the other trams through. There's so many trams. Maybe this needs a traffic light. I could see the traffic light here actually making sense. Let's put a traffic light in. 1 green phase each, I think. 3 doesn't need its own green phase. 3 can have a green phase when 1 has a green phase, I guess. When the trains get back here, they should immediately go for repair, because that repair station doesn't have anything to do right now. Okay, new pipe is up. So train deliveries of oil are acceptable again. I will have to end this stream soon, because I need to get some food. And I'll probably be back with something else. I don't know yet. But yeah, I like this harbor setup now, with the moving of like resources from the harbor level to the train level, so to speak, the rail distribution level. And there's not that much traffic over the road here. At most like 2 trains going in and then out, and yeah, not a constant flow of trains, so going over that road section is not a problem. Okay, storage tank is almost up. I guess I'll disconnect this pipeline now, because we're gonna bring the oil into its new storage. I'll let this one run empty, remove the other pipeline and the storage tank itself after. And there should be enough storage capacity in the demolition office storage for waste. And then yeah, we have to build more and more storages after to route it through into the refinery again, with priority to the power plant, of course. We have another storage tank here, so the oil field is not immediately gonna stop running while we make this change. I could have done just a short section to get the demolition done faster, but might as well get it done with, I guess. And yeah, once it's done, reconnect the new pipeline, high priority, into the pump into the pump here, pumping station. First tank, onto the second 2 tanks that go into the refinery. And the oil power plant has its own tank. And the power plant doesn't have that much throughput, so a single storage tank should be enough. Still have to deal with the drinking water situation in the oil refinery eventually. I mean, sending the drinking water into the refinery might be the safest option, I guess. Because then the throughput rate on a substation that doesn't have a direct water pipe connection wouldn't be a limiting factor anymore, but we would need a dedicated water truck, which I guess we can do. We have some extra water trucks standing around, I think. Yes, the ones that were delivering to the distribution office before can now do a direct route to the refinery. That's okay. I'm gonna redo this pipe. Doesn't need to touch these 2. It doesn't have any relation to those pipes. Let's pay back the loan. Maybe 10 pages. rapid clicking. Down to 8 pages, and yeah. The further back I go, the maximum now is 400,000, so I shouldn't go to a page that has less than 200,000, otherwise I'm gonna have to click 3 times per loan. At least it gets rid of most of the loans that take more than 200 days. Now it's gonna be within 2/3 of a year to pay everything back. 277,000, so we can go to 180,000. And now we're down to 78 days, so 3 months. And I could pay these back too, but yeah, let's do it, sure. Like, it's fine. Last page. And we are officially loan free again. 1.6 billion rubles is what we can take out in loan capacity now. Everything's fine. Loads and loads of money. So probably another storage tank somewhere here. Maybe going through the footpath. And then that one would deliver directly to the refinery and take directly from the train station. Oh, we'll build it here. Behind the pump. That would make connecting the pipes a bit more difficult. I don't know how it does the calculation for the rendering of the tanks. To keep them like pretty. It seems to be a bit strange. Hello, Angry German. Hello, Hank. Welcome. How can I get a train car out of the scrapping facility? Picking them up via road doesn't work for me. I don't know if you can. I don't know. If you can't pick it up by route, then I don't think you can. Maybe you can have a route go into the scrapping facilities, set it to wait until loaded, and then when it stands around in here, you select the train car and hook it up manually somehow. I'm not sure if that will work. Give it a try, yeah. See if that helps, maybe. But yeah, for the new people arriving, I'm gonna take a break in like at most 20 minutes and then might be back later with something else. I'm not sure yet. It's been a long week. But yeah, the harbor is like starting to take its final form after the relocation of the temporary rail construction office into a proper one. We're now setting up the oil power plant to make it a supply of electricity in our republic very stable. And everything's gonna be finalized, I think. I'm wondering if the Republic is slowly coming to an end. Because now the financial pressure is completely gone. The game really wanted me to make oil in the beginning, and that has now taken hold and we don't have any money issues anymore. It's ridiculous. Even though we spread out over the map significantly, there's pretty large gaps between all the settlements. And that might have driven up the price initially for the fuel and oil. But yeah, at least we held back on a refinery for the longest time, but money was getting a little bit in short supply. Doesn't work. We'll try a bigger car and try picking it up that way. No, you can't pick them up in the train car. I meant attaching it to the train as a train car somehow. You can't pick up train cars with other train cars. I don't think. I don't know if there's a hookup button or something. Tells me it can be loaded to a train car. Okay. I don't know then. That's yeah. I haven't had that situation yet. That will have priority, so the oil field doesn't stop producing, and then they will start using all the storage tanks as they come online. Okay, I know that one is done too. Well, that's the one we just selected. If the pipeline gets some workers for construction, it'll speed up quickly and we should get it done by June, I think. Especially since the construction materials are all nearby, at least steel is. Let me know when we hook up the train track leading into the rail distribution office here, because then we know we're almost done with everything. And at that point we can prepare for relocating the temporary rail distribution office. It's a couple workers, but not that many. Should still be done by latest end of June, but should be done quicker. If they can find the workers to help with construction. The pipe of bringing oil from the train delivery into the refinery is nearing completion. I also would like this small footpath to be done. Thank you. So I can get rid of the dirt footpath here. We don't need anything. There's no building hook up to it, so there's no maintenance being done over that footpath. Okay, pipeline is done. More oil can be delivered by train. Dedicated tank storage for the train delivery will be set up after the current one has been removed. And by that time we probably also have the pipeline hooked up here, which will then start feeding oil from the oil field where it needs to be. We're starting to run full soon. 150 tons left, but yeah, we're still on target. No oil will be wasted, I don't think. And let's set you to deliver to 50%. We're just gonna send out more trains. If we have more trains. That was not the correct setting. 20%. Delivery needs to be set up to 50, that one. There we go. I should set up signals in this tunnel, but it's just going to split up the trains a little bit, I guess. Not urgent. I thought the steel delivery would be fast, because we had the trucks here. And steel, but I guess they decided to bring it from within the city. Now all the workers are gone. Probably set up a waste storage here. Excuse me? Oh, no, that's... Oh, wait, what? That's not right. It was supposed to be all food. Get the chemicals and electronics out of here. That was set up completely wrong. Then I guess we're running out of food here now. Because I don't have an extra food storage in this area, I don't think. Shouldn't take long to have a train bring some extra food to the area, I hope. Oh great. I didn't want to have a starvation event in Donut City. That was not on the agenda. Must have misclicked. Or set it up completely wrong. Well, there's an alcohol train making its way over here, but not food yet. Why are you not delivering food? Oh, is food being pushed here? No, food being loaded, food warehouse. Wait, you don't need to deliver these anymore. And even the mechanical components could be done by the train inside the harbor. But yeah, chemicals and electronics are definitely handled by someone else. Go pick up some food. Sovskoy. Warehouse, no, not warehouse. Cargo platform. This one has food in it. If it runs below 10%, that doesn't seem right. Not good. Not good at all. Maybe I can send a singular delivery with the distribution office from Sovskoye, because that'll be closer to the source. Sovskoye has been dispatched. 2 trains. Okay. A little bit of starvation. It's gonna happen here. No warnings yet. I don't remember setting up an extra warehouse, but there will definitely be a warehouse for food storage here. Okay, there's still a bunch of food available. I'm not sure where they're picking it up right now. Hello, Ixie. Welcome. Yeah, no extra food warehouse. Okay, this traffic light needs to go away. It's not working well enough. So yeah, we'll set up a dedicated storage tank only for train delivery, I think. Single one should be sufficient. And hopefully the pipeline is long enough. It is. To be expected. I'm gonna rebuild the storage tank we just demolished permanently, I guess. It's gonna be over here. It's pretty much how the storage tank was before. Okay, we got a little bit of extra distance left to run it neatly along the other pipelines, maybe? Oh, I have to go from here, right. There's still some extra distance left. There. Delivery of oil to the storage tank, which then gets sucked up by the refinery. It's not really a good idea because it will prioritize whatever oil is in the refinery. And that gets pushed by pump. So no, I won't build this. We're just delivering directly into the other storage tank if there's room for it. Yes, we're running out of food now. Oh. Has the food arrived? Yes, the food has arrived. Okay, so now they just need to calm down and realize that there's enough food for everyone in our republic. It's just a little bit delayed. Oh boy. I said there's enough food for everyone. Help with the deliveries, get this back under control. Yeah, if I wanted this to work, then I would have to set up another pump, I think. That forces the unloaded oil into the refinery. So let's see, I mean we're gonna fill up this storage tank first always, because that's going to run our power plant. Other storages are for the refinery. Should have a warning message set here. Refinery, I guess, could have a warning message too, but it shouldn't really need one. There should be more food deliveries happening here. 77 tons, there should be more. Way more. We actually don't have enough trains in this rail distribution office. Go help with the food deliveries. That's not food. It's not food either. Okay. Apparently there's no food delivery scheduled anymore. Oh right, because this is all like occupied by chemicals and electronics, so we can't actually store that much food in here right now. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. You can also deliver electronics and chemicals to this warehouse if you want to. For domestic supply. There's the food. And I wanted to set up a food storage here. Because this is the same situation we had in the other settlements. Except food and not chemicals. Maybe this warehouse will move in the future, but right now it's going to be in a good place here. Right at the exit of the supply area. It doesn't have to be a very large warehouse. 200 tons of extra food storage before the warning triggers for the main area. I did have a dedicated storage for the chemicals, I think. Yeah, that one goes to the repairs for the tram. That has chemicals stored in it, which I guess I could relocate into the food warehouse now, but I'll just have 200 tons of extra storage for food. Okay, food supply seems normal again. Once the warehouse is set up. We'll put it in the queue of like food deliveries, so they empty out the train station warehouse, and we'll have an extra warning system. And yeah, if we don't get any oil, well, if the power plant uses up the oil, then the trains can bring up more to deliver directly into the storage tank before it gets pumped into the refinery. 750 tons of oil can be delivered by train here. Is it realistic mode? Yes, it is realistic mode. Hello, Irindel. Welcome. We have started in 1930 with early start, and it is all realistic mode. And we're only using early start items when they are available. Since we played this save from when the DLC released, there were some other things available at that point that became unavailable once they introduced some early start buildings later on. But this has all been built with realistic mode, yes. And the run has also been uploaded to YouTube. I said I would end the stream. I guess we're gonna finish the construction of the power plant and then I'll end it. I have to go get something to eat. I forgot to eat before the stream. Very bad mistake. But yeah, we've been reworking the area for our harbor. It will have a power plant now. It has import for electronics and chemicals from the west. And that's fine. If we had another city, we could also bring the chemicals and or electronics by ship from another city to this port and distribute it over here. But the way it is set up is profitable and sufficient. What is being imported right now? Crops, yeah. Makes sense. I assume the power plant construction is going to speed up once the concrete pouring phase is done. I do have a bunch of concrete mixers, but they're still all early start and actually not being used right now. Plant can't produce concrete. Missing cement. I guess they're bringing cement in from construction sector donut city here. There's the cement silo. It's a bit of a trip. We can store 20 tons. Each vehicle can hold 5, So we should be sending them out when it's dropping below 75%. Which is already set up. So there should be 4 cement mixers driving here if we had that many. Which we don't. But yeah, if we build buildings that have that much concrete usage, then I guess that's to be expected. We'll need one more delivery of cement and then we have enough. 10 tons of cement make 60 tons of concrete. We're delivering 15 tons of cement right now, so we're gonna make 90 tons of concrete, so I need one more after that to arrive here to have enough concrete for the construction of the power plant. Do we have better concrete trucks now? With the MAZ maybe? Yes, MAZ, 6 tons. That's gonna be the new one. Well, it's only 1 ton more. Which is not a small amount. And it only costs 300,000 rubles more. So it will be the replacement for the Republic for any concrete mixer that will get replaced. That tunnel construction needs a lot of bricks. 10 more truck deliveries of concrete. Then they can go to the next phase, and any future phase should finish faster. Hopefully. I think they might have changed the fact that you can put resources into the output storage of a building now. So we could, I think, deliver gravel to a gravel processing plant, for example. And it would go into the storage. We had the situation when I had the pipeline connected from the harbor directly to the refinery, and they unloaded fuel at the harbor and it pumped the fuel into the output storage of the, which was a bit odd. But there might be some interesting ideas that we could do with that, because basically every building's output storage would be a resource storage to deliver resources to. So we could use a gravel processing plant as the gravel storage to also dump the gravel into, instead of having a gravel storage after it. So we could maybe it's possible to, instead having the gravel storage here, build a gravel processing plant instead, if it has the more modern one that has a conveyor connection. And if it then allows train deliveries of gravel to the area, that would be nice, but of course wouldn't really work that well in this case, because the gravel processing plant probably also makes some gravel, which would confuse the distribution office trains a bit. Alright, second to last construction phase, I think. At least this time these trucks seem to be active. I think they're building the warehouse though. Maybe they're building something completely different. We'll set up a food storage warehouse, and that's going to be handled by the urban distribution office. Can load food from here, but also has to distribute it 90%. That's going to be our second line of defense against starvation in the city, because they'll now empty out the warehouse for food delivery at the train station, which is going to trigger the warning message. But if there's any issue with food, we'll get a warning message from this first, and then we still have 200 tons of food to react. And maybe we'll build another storage somewhere else if I want to have something else in this area. I doubt it though, but it wouldn't be far off to have something here, because it would get heating directly from the heating plant, I guess. But yeah, this one is now in the loop, and 200 tons of food buffer storage for our purpose. Yep, we'll finish the power plant. Lost a couple people. Went below 20,000. And I think there's one more construction phase after that, and we'll have it. It'll be hooked up immediately. I don't think I forgot anything. That was a food warning message from the warehouse. I assume if it was a different warehouse, then that's gonna cause some problems. I'm not sure what the level of detail of the storage tanks is based on. Is it our proximity to like groundwater or something? I don't know. Because here it renders it fairly far away. But for these, not as much. I don't know. It's fine. No delivery of food right now? Are you picking up the resources from the other storages? Oh god, no, no. I was getting worried there. Are you picking up the electronics and like chemicals from this? They need to go away. Now you are. Because that'll open up more storage space for food. And will hopefully encourage more trains to bring resources over here. And I don't want to delete 102 tons of electronics. That sounds very expensive. You know what? I'm gonna help you figure this out. I'm gonna deliver those resources over here for now. We can bring chemicals and electronics into that warehouse, which doesn't get resources from the harbor right now, but it is still hooked up to the distribution office that will shovel them into the domestic distribution storage in the future. Which should empty out our storage now, mostly. Because that warehouse is completely empty. Last construction phase, 2 steel deliveries, 1, maybe 2 electronic component deliveries, and then we'll have our power plant. That's the electronic components, I guess. It had to be 2 trucks, of course. And yeah, 1 more delivery of steel, I guess. Wherever that's coming from. from Donity Heights. Should be visible soon. There it is. Very happy with how this harbor turned out though. The 3 layers with the many rail tunnels made it kinda cool. Also somewhat compact, like I couldn't imagine running a train track from here down to the grain silo any other way. Well, except I guess for the grain silo it could be a direct connection through this way. It would have to go up here though, but it would probably still work. But it was expandable. There's so many tunnels hooked up here. It looks a little bit silly, I guess. And the tunnels are expensive to build. Time consuming mostly. They require a lot of bricks, which is not that expensive. Alright, power plant coming up. One more industry making pollution here. Okay. 4.5 megawatts already. Which is the limit of a coal power plant would be 5 megawatts and it's already making more than that. I guess we can turn off the electricity imports again. I don't think I'm going to run power export. But the power supply should be steady. There's no excessively flickering small power connections like these 230 volts. The large ones can be flickering, that's fine, but the small ones should not really. Otherwise you have an unstable power network. There might be a little bit too much distance between the power supply and like what they want to pick up. Like here we have a little bit of flickering, I guess. It's not too bad though. They have a local power producer. And then Donity has a bit of an issue here, but the rest is stable. I mean, they have an oil power plant now. It's the largest power plant in our republic. More than 3 times the power output than an early start coal power plant. And it'll now consume currently 3 tons of oil per day, 4 tons maybe. So it's not going to steal too much oil from the refinery. But the train deliveries will keep running and helping with the oil supply for the refinery now. And then we might have to consider the extension of an oil field at some point. But for now, I'm going to put a cut in here. And I'm not sure if and when we're going to go back to this run. I still have no problem keeping this going, because I really like how difficult Siberia is. But I'm also thinking about starting a new run at some point, so... And the money situation is like completely blown out of proportion with the oil and fuel exports now. Fuel and bitumen exports. That has taken... It has put us in a very comfortable position of we can build what we want now instead of what we have to. But it also takes away the challenge a little bit. But yeah, for now, like I said, I'm gonna call it. I might be back later today, I'm not sure yet. And I still hope you enjoyed the stream though. We're going to raid someone. There's no English speaking stream that I can see. It's an English stream, but that is unfortunately mute. Yeah. I guess we're gonna raid over to something barbaric who's playing Stationeers, which is another game that I'm considering to start playing, maybe this weekend for a moment. But the thing that I want to get done is our Oxygen Not Included run, because Oxygen Not Included and Stationeers at the same time could be a bit much, even though Oxygen Not Included is kind of chill. But yeah, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Wish you a good start to your weekend. I might be back later today, I don't know yet. Would be a shorter stream after, but we'll see. Definitely back tomorrow. Take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.